Hey there, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we're continuing our game dev project. Before we get too much into that, though, let's check in with the kitties. We do have Sky and Sammy on the bed. Molly is consuming my entire footrest. Ember is on my shoulder. The brothers are currently not visible. If I had to guess, Sherbet is in the footrest, but if I move, Ember will be displeased. Hey there, Alistair, and Nope and Lore have been waiting in the chat as well. Hello to everyone. Hello, Ember. He's all snuggled up. Oh, but let's see here. Today, not really sure what we're doing today. I've had some thoughts on collision. One thing I've been thinking of is I want to make sure that visual feedback for the player as far as where their shots are going and where they're going to hit needs to be maximized. I still feel like where we were headed with drop shadows is kind of the place to go for that. So we might start there, get some of that visual feedback in place, see how it plays out. So this is where we were last time. Let's show it with the collision bubbles and see where we ended up. Gotta refresh my own memory too. Might want to switch over to this bed. So we can see we added the little ground collision markers to make it so that things only get hit if effectively where they are sitting, where they are touching the ground, gets impacted. So the player doesn't take a hit unless the slime's kind of ground shadow there touches the player. Show that again. You've got the little bitty blue circle there around the player's feet. Similarly, the yarn balls have a smaller circle at their base. Some projectiles we probably won't do that with, but most of them I do want to have that feeling of they exist somewhere, either in the air or in the world, but there is a clear spot that they exist at. That will be relevant. I think one of the new behaviors that I want to get in is essentially a flying in the air kind of thing. We want the yarn ball to at least initially kind of lob into the air and come down. That's going to necessitate two things. Is one, mechanics for it being in the air. Movement that is effectively approximating that arc. So we would need movement or visual logic that indicates that the ball is moving in an upward arc and coming down. So the visual animation logic would need to be aware of how it is moving both vertically and horizontally to account for that. Right now, it only looks at the XY axis to determine where, like, the yarn ball rotates. But if we're going up into the air, then we kind of want to ignore the Y axis while it's in the air and instead look at Z axis is not really accurate here. We're gonna call it z-axis because it is the off of the plane. Nope. So you're working on a visual novel. You're saying you're having trouble changing the text box. Do you mean like what part? Like the dialogue in the box, or like the character to show over it, the name, its whole appearance, its position, and also which platform are you using? Newt said, not stalling. So one of the things that we want to get in here is our visual. We will return to that. Here we go. So we have position, and I want to leave position as a Godot vector too. Okay. So here's me just kind of thinking out loud as far as visual novels. One of the tricks with a visual novel, or one of the concepts of a visual novel, is generally you have what amounts to a single scene. You will have a background image, potentially. You have your text box. You have you have the character images, whether they are a face in a box, they are a full, like, you know, a full character image kind of stuff, whatever. Usually like name of speaker and the text in there. You know, maybe some emotive effects if you're going full anime kind of stuff. You know, teardrops and what have you. Which would mean within the scene, and potentially accessible by reaching into, or, well, accessible through methods outside of the scene. If you're in GD script terms, in Godot terms, you would have exports for all of the different pieces of the scene so that the code could easily manipulate them without having to hunt and find. If you want to have, so that you would have things like, you know, text box, you know, name bubble, text box, main text, that kind of thing. And if you're going to have multiple text boxes, you have extra ones hidden. Hey there, Lore. That way, in the code, you could have methods on your, like, your actual scene, your visual scene, that can be reached into from the outside, and the actual kind of gameplay coordination element of your scene pokes the scene and tells it stuff like change your background. You know, speaker 1 is using image 3, that kind of thing. John, we are using Godot engine 4.4 currently. Most of my code, like 99% of what we'll see as far as me doing code, is over in Visual Studio here. I'm using C# for it. And almost the entirety of the code base is here. The only time we go over into Godot is when I have to. So if I want to use like a Godot shader, I have to create it over here. and usually reference it over here. But and if I want to make a scene, which I will need to do periodically or mess with resources, I go over here. But pretty much all the work happens here. I wonder if Laura is behind on the stream again. Sometimes YouTube gets that way, where it'll drop out of live mode and you won't notice it. But yeah. So I think I'm going to leave my kind of decisions as far as how the collision plays out, how we did it last time. I think that's good enough. I do want to get to new logic to put into the objects here, so that we can start getting at least more of the visual gameplay aspects, you know? But we'll see. We will have to see. But yeah. Let's remove that one. It's like messing around sometimes. It's fun. Something's wrong there. Nothing's wrong there. There we go. This will be gratuitous. But yeah. So I think what we'll shoot for today is getting that z-axis in place. We're not going to be using a 3D coordinate. We are going to be using a secondary variable to say this is how high in the air it is. Could we use a vector 3 for this? Yes, but all of the spatial math in the game, since we have a full 2D scenario here, is what would be the way to put it? It requires a vector 2. So there would be the hassle of type conversion and dropping the right part of it. So instead, we'll just have a separate z-axis. Most things in the game won't care about that. The only logic that the entity cares about when the z-axis is changed is that it can't go negative. I mean, okay, technically it can go negative, but we're going to avoid that scenario for the time being. Because if you're saying it's under the ground, it's easier just to say it's invisible. Since you would not be able to see it during that. Or you would swap the sprite out, you know. Okay. So we're going to have another one here. So we are going to have this as a property. Needs to be a float to deal with most of the other one. Going to have a parallel one here. need to be set, but we're setting it. Yep, John, Godot is amongst the ones that's very easy to get into and to work with without a lot of... it's very easy to get into and work with. The ground level for it is very simple. I think there's a lot of merit to the engines out there that do that. Okay, so we've got you. We are going to... now... value, otherwise 0. Yep. Unity and Godot both have good default objects and systems for generally like default physics interactions, things like platforms, bouncing off of surfaces, that kind of thing. They're sort of baked in. I joked about that last time, that it can actually be a bit of a pain to find tutorials that don't assume that you are using like the physics bodies and the kind of world physics of default Godot. Alright, so we've just got a height property that is going to enforce it has to be at least 0. If you try to set it to less than 0, you set it to 0. So hooray. So we have height in here now. In an entity visual. Okay, we need... okay, we are updating position and animation. We aren't using this, and I should be. It would be very convenient to use that so that we don't have to deal with proposed movement. That would require that I change position updated. Right here. To have a facing be part of it. This is the inevitable distraction element where I see something that I would really want to change. Facing is useful here because, again, I don't need to have the... at the time that the position is updated, I don't need to have the proposed movement still in place. But we have that, so I don't necessarily need to mess with it. So we'll set it aside for now. Okay, so we have a publicly exposed z-axis. Within the sprite, when we have a position updated, one of the things we're checking for is rotation to say, if I do rotate it, then we rotate it based on its proposed movement. This is one that would need to change based on z-axis. One second, I bumped something. Right. Come on. There we go. I bumped my desk and a lamp fell down. Okay, this is a little bit different then. I need the height. The height is going to be necessary when it comes to the sprite here. Because when I update the position, one of the things that we have to do is apply the offset on the sprite. So there is a... Yeah. So we apply the offset here, where we change the position of the sprite. So this is based on visual scale and the given offset. We don't want so all right. Let's get this going. Plus entity dot height. Actually, no, not there. There we go. So this is the sprite's position. This is not the position of the visual that the sprite is part of. What this ends up doing is it makes the sprite effectively levitate. So let's go in here and just say, by default, the height is 10. And this will totally work and demonstrate what I'm talking about first try. Yep. Okay. I actually did this wrong. But you can actually see what's going on here. The collision zones are above where the sprites are. And I got this wrong. So it's kind of there. It's kind of there. So I forgot that positive space in Godot space is down and right. Negative space is up and left. So when I'm applying the offset here, I need to, one, look at... No, we are going to interpret it in the sprite here. Because height should still be positive. You are up in the air. You are not down in the air. More parentheses. I don't actually need this to be parenthetical, but it helps. I'm sorry. It can help. it can help. Okay, it should totally do what I want it to this time. It should visually do what I want it to. Functionally, it was demonstrating it, but okay. We can see the player's hitbox is like, you know, a quarter square below where the sprite is. But the hitbox is still where it should be. Good. Good. All right, so what good does this do us? This means that we now have a way to interpret the motion of something up or down. Now, one of the things that we have to deal with then is a indication of the change in height. So that is back over in here, where we have a proposed movement in entity. This is where we're saying this is the change that we're going to make to our position at the end of the physics step. This is one of the places where default Godot physics differs. If you're using a physics body and not physics areas, not 2D areas, then you set things like a velocity on them, or you are either going to supply a vector to a method, or you are going to set a velocity on the body, and you let the physics engine handle that during the kind of the step after the process physics step. Kinda, sorta. We're not doing that because the movement is wiggly. You know, that might change eventually, but for now, no. Let's put this in order here. Was not the button I wanted to press. How I'm sitting. Okay, so we have a proposed height change. Trying to think what this will mean. Okay. Okay. We got this. I'm operating here. Okay, in the visual sprite. This is when we're applying the offset. That is the actual height at the time. Okay. Processing this. So let me... All right. This logic is largely only relevant when we have rotation in place. It's also potentially going to play into things like animation. Entity animation changed. But we'll get there when we get there. What I may have is animations that are specific to the thing is in the air. Like it's rising, it's at an apex, it's falling. It's not uncommon for like sprite jumping animations to have rising, apex, fall. Sometimes just rising, falling. Apex can be useful when it is when there is the possibility of like hovering or similar. You're in the air, but you're not actually changing height, kind of thing. But anywho, so this is proposed movement is relevant only if we're just on the ground. So this is if fat fingering a lot here. Really need to work on my typing posture. It can help a bit. By a bit, I mean a lot. Okay, so it's not if the sprite is null. This is... So only relevant if our height is non-zero. No, it's only relevant if our proposed height change is different. Okay. Okay, so this is if height is changing. If the height is not changing, then we're going to go with what we were calculating before, which is treat the proposed movement as the vector of change here. But if height is changing, what we're going to get is slightly different. We're still going to rotation. Okay, it's not proposed height change. It's going to be a new vector 2. So our x is going to be the x of entity proposed movement. Our y is the height change inverted. Dot angle. Okay. So what this means is if it's rising into the air, we're going to rotate it towards the top of the screen. The more steep the height change is, the more words and things, the more steep it rotates up or down, kind of thing. Because again, we're treating that as the y-axis. This might not be enough, because movement is going to be relevant to the scale of the elements on the screen. Right now, it kind of isn't. Okay, but we'll leave it like that for now. Okay, and then... Okay, so then we go into our entity again. Right now, we've got the height set at 0f. We had it at 10. So our proposed height change, we're going to hard code to 1. semicolon. Then in our update position, this is one that we're going to have to alter. It's only an entity. We are changing you to protected. It should go away too. Okay, we're gonna save some of this here. Previously, we had category changing logic in to account for the fact that short-lived things like explosions in prior logic needed to have a way to cease to be a bullet or similar. That was super awkward. It resulted in extra processing logic like this that made a mess of things. That is no longer the case, so we no longer need it. It should go away. Then in here, we're gonna remove you for a moment. I'm going to get that in there so that I can change a little bit of other stuff. All right, now when we update the category, nothing references it. We can get rid of you. We'll do a quick build here, see if I... That. Syntax there, but I want to make sure. Okay. That out for now. By its nature, this whole event isn't needed anymore. But we'll see. We're going to leave it in place for now because that is actually a convenient method to have. Okay. 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 height is going to change by 1 each time. Facing currently isn't actually used at all. We are going to get rid of that, and we're going to say float. How? No. This should pitch a fit here. No, this is height. Okay. Position plus proposed movement, height plus proposed height change. And let's see here, we're going to say after that, it is proposed height change is equal to 0. Don't have to put F here, but I'm making sure they're all declared as floats when it's relevant for it to be a float. This doesn't actually have to be a float. It could be a double, it could be a decimal. It's only a float because proposed movement is a Godot vector 2, which is a pair of floats. Consistency and all. You can't see my hand gestures. Anybody else do that? You know, talk over Discord or something like that and still gesticulate? Okay, so now we have height change in place. Entity visual in the position update. That's setting the position of the node. That's okay. Visual sprite when the position updates is if the height change is not 0, we're going to account for that in our rotation. We're doing the visual over in Godot because we've got the collision box to act as our indicator of where things actually are. It's really subtle, but the player is starting to go higher into the air. Let's be more aggressive with the number. Change, actually, we threw off the test. Oh, I still need to do some more for air handling in the file load here. We generally aren't seeing that at all in when I run from here. It's part of running in debug in Visual Studio that is revealing it. That doesn't mean there's not actually an error case in the file load, but what it's given the way that Visual Studio is indicating it, it's that I haven't put a trap in the method to catch what's going wrong, but the error still seems caught and dealt with properly. they rise. Okay, now if you watch, the yarn balls are almost universally aiming upward. They go left or right, but they're going upward because their height steadily increases. Or their proposed height is static, so they're always angled up accordingly. Player's proposed motion is only... Okay, let's get in here. That's an or. We'll do an update position if the height change triggers as well. So we were seeing one of the oddities with the player there as a result, because the player's height was only changing, visually changing, if I press the buttons to move. There we go. I must help my people. Whoop. All right. This leads us in the direction of wanting drop shadow, but in lieu of doing that, in order to get some new behavior in place... Hello, Sherbet. Hello, buddy. He passing through. Oh, we got 3 on camera right now. That means all of them are accounted for. One of them won't be visible. So you can see Sherbet getting situated. Ember is not angry loafed, but she is kind of loafed. There's a very particular posture for Ember when she is disgruntled. And then Sky, Mason, and Sammy are on the bed. Molly isn't visible because she's at my feet. Okay. So I would want drop shadows in place because that would mean you can see where the motion of the yarn ball would be on the ground. But for the time being, what we're going to do is just get its up-down motion in place. So we've got we're going to have the concept of could do a simple like sine wave kind of arc as well there. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. I'll look at some other logic for it, but we're going to make a behavior. Let's reset this to default 0. Make sure we save anything we've got here. So don't forget that. Once we have applied proposed motion of any kind, we reset it. So at the end of the physics process, we apply any of the motion that's been proposed. We do the update entity event here, which will tell anything that's listening, so things like collision or rendering of sprites, that movement has occurred. And once we've done that, we reset it to 0, because any of the anything that's notified of a position change might care how it moved to get where it is. For things like facing and the like, that's relevant. So both where it is and how it was moving at the time. Okay. Slight brain derail here. A new behavior. This is a movement. Item. This will be a tricky name. We're gonna hard code a lot of what it does for now. We need our copy and our JSON constructors in place. Bounce. There are inevitably going to be copyable member variables that we have to deal with here later. So what we're looking to create here is a up-down motion that it's going to go up into the air, come down. When it hits the ground, it resumes going up into the air. So as soon as the height is, anytime the height is 0, so after a change, if the height changes, it will go to 0 if it would go less than 0. So we don't have to worry about that scenario. There will, in this case, there will always be a frame when it's doing this processing where it is 0. So there will always be a single physics frame where it's 0. Does that mean... Well, that means just like any of the other physics processing, fewer frames starts to skew physics. You can lose precision in motion. It gets jumpier and more jagged the slower the game runs. Could I change that? It is possible to change that, but the math gets way more complicated and it's not worth it. If I set a reasonable frames per second cap, then I don't have to worry as much. But we'll see. Hey there, Naw. Welcome. Welcome. All right. What are some of the other methods I need here? We need process message. Yeah, process message. That's it. It's been a bit since I made a new behavior. Move bounce. This needs to return one of the response types. It's you, and then we're going to return you. If message is a time passed message, we're gonna make sure we're catching everything here. Yeah. We're gonna hard code some of this for now just to get the logic in place. We'll graft it into the yarn ball and see how it do. Yeah. Where's our move wave? Okay. We only need to do this arc once. And we're not doing it the same way. Is going to get us a plus minus kind of thing. Okay. Okay, if we do 1 cycle per second, or we're going to give it multiple cycles per second. So we are going to have you in here. So movement wave is a left-right sine wave kind of thing. We are going to be making use of that with the assumption that we just want the positive part of the sine wave. So what we're going to do is we are going to manipulate the up-down of the wave until the sine wave would go would turn back to positive, because we don't want the sine wave to be the bounce. What we want is, upon hitting 0, if we bounce again, we restart the cycle. So there would be a public integer bounces. Oh, I really need to work on my typing. It's been a while. why we are doing current cycle as a public as well is that if a duplication happens, it will duplicate what cycle it's on, what bounce it's on, that kind of thing. It's current bounce, current cycle. It's another JSON ignore. So these aren't loaded, but as soon as it comes into existence, we should set this. So if I change the number of bounces, this is protected, integer bounces. We're going to return bounces. So again, what we're doing right now is we're setting up a kind of rubber ball thing. The projectile will arc up and come down, arc up and come down. The sine wave that we're going to use for that will have a little bit of nuance to it in that this one will arc up, and as soon as it starts dropping, when it would hit the end of the sine wave, it stays there until it detects that the entity's position as far as the height is 0. If the height has become 0, then the bounce begins again. There is an edge case where if prior motion prevents it from ever being 0, this bounce will just keep dragging it down. I'm fine with that. If the prior movement sends it back up into the air and this one is in falling mode, it keeps falling. Could we change that around? Yes, but we're not gonna. At least not yet. Bounces left is equal to value. So if I change what the max bounces is, then we also change what bounces left is. Yeah. This creates there's trickiness with setting this when we copy. We need to make sure that we set bounces first. Right there. So if we were to set this one after we set bounces left, it would reset to maximum effectively. But we're not gonna. So current cycle will get reset as we move through this. So we need a preparation state where we say if we haven't started, we start. So if current cycle So one, we're going to have to offset things because the initial upward motion is the sharpest, which means we need the maximum, we need the peaks to be the beginning and end point. Because the existing sine wave starts to the left, which means our cycle needs to start later. Which I think is 90 degrees that we would need to offset cycles per second by. Yeah. So current cycle would always start at 90. And we don't care if current cycle would exceed 360. We want another scenario where it stops at a particular value. So it should be 270 is the last part of this one. This should get us peak positive into peak negative. Then if we haven't hit 0, we never reset to 90. All right, so we're going to do another JSON ignore here. When I'm saying JSON ignore, that means it's not part of the data file. This is never really relevant the way that I'm using it currently, but there's nothing stopping me from setting up in code. Well, thank you, bot. I know somebody said they were working on a bot last time. And hello, horse. Welcome, everyone. Non-problematic chatbot or not. Most of the time we encounter chatbots, it is a what is likely a commandeered Twitch account. All right, we need a public bool. We'll call it bouncing. So what bouncing lets us do is, if we're not bouncing, when we start, we will begin bouncing. Not bouncing, and bounces left is greater than 0. Then we are going to start bouncing. If bouncing. Okay, so what this does is this is the prep circumstance. Well, thank you, Horse. We are currently writing a new behavior for projectiles. We're looking at having the projectile kind of bounce into the air. There's additional logic that we're going to need to add for that. But should be interesting. Okay. And this will be... Let's change that magic number there. Detected constant float. Just be a double. He. My keystrokes lately have been off by 1, or at least my typing hand position has been off by 1 in random directions past few days. It's a bit obnoxious, especially in games. Pressing 2 or 3 or doesn't make you move forward, and pressing S doesn't make you move back forward either. Okay, so if it's ever less than cycle start, it turns into cycle start. If it's ever greater than cycle end, it turns into cycle end. Yeah. I have had to fiddle with my keyboard position. My wrist rest had finally reached the point where it was kind of falling apart. I didn't use it for a little bit, which means the keyboard is off kilter from where it was, but additionally, I have zombified it with duct tape. It is now well armored, if a bit strange smelling from, fresh duct tape. Okay. So first... This is a fail-safe. Else if... We are forcing a particular subset here. Continue to just love seeing some of the weird suggestions that we're getting out of Visual Studios. Definitely not the result of GitHub scraping logic here, because some of the things it suggests straight up don't work. It's not that it doesn't use the same patterns that I do, it's that's not what that function does, that won't compile, kind of thing. Okay, so if we are bouncing, then let's do this. Okay, so we've got our sine result. We don't want degrees to radius. We're just going to do this. Let's say 10. Height change. Zero or 1. Do a math F dot. Yeah. That still is going to return a double. Try JetBrains IDEs. A little bit ago I did. Not extensively. My initial programming experience outside of, dabbling with, DOS and similar way back was largely a lot of Visual Studio kind of stuff or similar programs. So this is where most of my experience lies, but let's see, what's another one? I tried Visual Studio Code, and boy, I didn't like that. All right, let's just have it be a double. Well, no, we'll have a float. And we will just cast that over. So there's another here that is so if we're not bouncing and we still should be bouncing, we're going to start bouncing. Else replace but no, the thing that I comment on it a lot, but what used to just be like hard look at existing libraries and internal code, IntelliSense now tries to be helpful. Sometimes it lines up really well, like if I do something like this, especially if I do something like this twice, it can often reliably suggest, hey, did you mean to do this for the rest of the variables? So if I do bouncing is equal to, it's like, oh, I'm going to mimic that for the next one. That's super useful. But I have had it try to suggest to me to use a member of the wrong type in a function that can't, a member into a function that can't accept that type of variable in a circumstance that doesn't make sense in context of the code otherwise either. This is the why programmers don't need to worry about AI scenario. Prompt engineers will never take your job properly. Short term, they might, and then the company will regret it greatly. Okay, so now we have a height change. So then we're going to change the cycle at the end of the loop because the cycle will have started, so we begin with it for one frame. So if we go into here, we're going to use sine wave, then we should use a cycles per second pattern. Like, sometimes it will suggest the get set, sometimes it won't. Sometimes you have to tab again to get the close bracket or close brace, despite the fact that if I have get colon set colon, there isn't really a lot that can follow that other than close brace. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Sometimes, you know, you need a screw, I guess. Which, you know, is important that you think about it contextually. Actually, no, that's not any better contextually. Because we were just talking about, you know, anyway. There's no escaping this bailout. Oh. Bouncing and t height. We're just going to put less than or equal to 0 here. Okay, so if ever the height hits 0 or less, we stop bouncing. Which means this won't trigger for this frame. Let's see here. We only care about time passed time passed message passed is equal to message cast to a time passed message, which means then we have to spell this right. Okay. And we're going to say cycles per second. We're going to set it to and let's just be gratuitous with it. Takes 2 seconds. That means the top of the arc not sure if I've got this math right, but it's good enough for now. Okay, so we have movement bounce. We need to feed it nothing other than bounces being 1 by default. And we've got our copy properly. So now we need to add a behavior. Okay, so we have move bounce. We need data. Behavior, movement. Do. Bounce. Doesn't have a targeter. We don't care about any of the variables currently. All of those are accounted for. Okay, so now we just need to load it into the yarn ball. Collider, we have our health. When I say the name of movement bounce is tricky because this is bouncing movement. There's bouncing collision, such as a bounce heart is collision-based bouncing, that kind of thing. Harm. So we are going to lifespan harm. That is a good point, Lord. The marketing yourself as somebody that comes in to clean up after AI. That is absolutely going to be something that people market in the near future. found an article today. Somebody had a big contest for like top AI code prompter. So, vibe coding kind of thing. And what they did is they subjected it to your kind of programming contest problems. So, write code that solves this problem with these constraints kind of stuff. And there was a $50,000 prize for the winner. The person that succeeded, the person that won, had the prompts that they wrote had a 7.5% success rate on the problems that were part of the contest. So the contest, the person crowned best vibe coder by that contest had 7.5% accuracy. That's real bad for code. That is insanely bad for code. Hey there, spectator. A chatbot that sells AI-driven coding programs specifically to companies who have had their code ruined by AI code. I wonder how long it's going to be before we see that kind of thing. Okay, it collides, it moves at a fixed random enemy. Then we are going to have a subsequent one, which is movement bounce. I think that's what I named it, right? Movement bounce. Okay. Okay. Let's do a build, make sure it compiles. So we have updated the yarn ball to have this arcing behavior, which has, at maximum upward velocity, 1 square per second. And it moves at a rate, I'm sorry, the speed of it changes. It will go from 96 to negative 96 over the course of 2 seconds. I don't know that that's enough. We might need to change it so that we just indicate what the max speed is, or what we want the apex, like how high do we want it to go. But I think this is better for the way that our system works. The modular weaponry, I think, is more suited to this kind of pattern. Okay. Oh. It needs to actually do something. Yeah, that is. We periodically have that conversation, Horse. I saw somebody recently that was trying to claim that their image generation AI had created a whole new art style, and that was like, take that, AI doubters. And one of the first sets of comments was, that art style has existed for quite some time. It's called this. I've been doing it for almost a decade. and the inevitable incredulous, like, well, I haven't heard of it. You guys are, you guys are just coping. Anything that the tech bros are real excited about is generally grossly overhyped. I'll hold my breath and save my crypto tokens instead of spending them on a ticket to the Hyperloop to go to the promo for their latest AI venture. Okay. I still love that video by Adam something that was, what was it? Tech Bros reinvented the train and it broke me. Sorry, Tech Bros invented the train and it broke me. Entity dot proposed height change plus equals height change. The number of, boy, wouldn't everything be better if it was an individually operated pod, continues to be kind of gruesome. Still not operating. Nothing in the error log. Alright, so let's run it in Visual Studio. Loading. What if we took trains and instead of like one engine with many cars tied to it so that you have maximum movement efficiency, instead we made it like it was on a road, a convoy of individually piloted cars. Okay. So it is not bouncing, and bounces. Was the copy constructor never happening? Okay, well, we're overdue for one of our breaks here, and I've got to take it. I will be right back. We're back. I assumed that's what was happening, Lore. That you had fallen behind slightly there. Bounces left is 0. But, okay. Because that is being defaulted, it's never being set. Will this work? Lego style. Decoy castle builder mini game where the point is to create a death trap capable of distracting the enemies for as long as possible yet. Well, not yet. I do like tower defense games. It's rare to get really good ones. Okay, can't do that because it's got a getter setter, a defined getter setter. So we need ideally we have a fail-safe case here. But ultimately, to make this work, we need to define bounces. Evil Genius was one of those great in concept ones, but a hassle to actually do. The secret agents got tedious, but the spirit of it was excellent. So if we go into movement bounce, let's say bounces is 1, and we make sure that when we start bouncing, say bounces left minus equals 1. Let's look at it in Godot since it'll load faster there. Still not doing anything, but hey, we're getting closer. Okay, we step over that to get Okay. That's his pulse. So it's copying correctly. We're not bouncing. We have one bounce left. So we remove the remaining bounce. We set bouncing to true. We set our current cycle to 90. And we are bouncing. Neither of these fail safes should happen. Very tiny number. That might be our problem here. Yeah, it's an itty bitty number. All right, mess something up here. Could do. Let's. I think we can just do sine. Let's remove some variable here. Should be going from 0 to 1. Bouncing. Trying to get the math right. There's a lot of that in the way that the code works in this game, where what we are ending up spending a lot of the time on is making it so that the movement works in conjunction with other things. Past that, there's a problem with the bridge, but it may result in a breakdown here. I've made it so the game doesn't error out if I have the data files open, but running through C#, there is still a border case that happens in the bridge in code. I haven't stopped to take a look at it much, but I do want to reduce the number of jobs I'm creating simultaneously because it does result in a extra long wait here, and I think we can still get very similar performance. Okay, sign result is 1. That's what we want. So the height change is 96, which is maximum normal movement speed here. So our proposed height change is now going to be 96. Okay, that's not quite right, though. So the height change does need to be influenced by delta as well. Okay. We're fiddling with the math. So again, what we're trying to do is make it so that the ball arcs up and comes back down. So here we're getting not enough change happening in time here. Let's see. Let's do multiple squares per second. Need to have delta in here, though. Because what we don't want is that it shouldn't be a curve up. I'm sorry, it shouldn't be a... the upward motion should be exponential decay, not... It shouldn't look like an exponential increase or a... I mean, it shouldn't start from a trough, because that'll make it kind of arc... don't know how to describe it, but we don't want it curving to go up. We want it to go up and then kind of slow down and come down. Now, I could just change the algorithm to be a decaying upward velocity. So there is effectively a gravity variable on it that, this is my upward velocity initially, and this is the decay rate, where the speed falls by a certain amount per unit time as well. That might simplify the math, so we'll keep bounces. We're going to rip out all of the sine wave stuff. And instead, we will have speed is another one of those things that I need to consider, but for the time being, yeah, I need to add a speed variable to a lot of stuff. To be a float, just in case. Usually doesn't matter, but sometimes you'll get IDEs or compilers that will see you enter 96 with no decimal, and they're like, that's an integer. You can't cast an integer into a float. By assumption, you've got to explicitly cast that. It's like, I don't want to. Okay. Float. Okay, so if we were to say this one is equal to 96, then what we're going to get is within 1 second, it will have hit 0 speed. This would be at a rate of 2 seconds it would take to stop arcing up. Hello, Molly. Molly has decided to sit with me. I must give her some attention. So let's give this a little bit of extra time. So then... So these are the transient values. These are... Let's zoom in so folks can see a little better. I keep forgetting to do that. Speed is equal to... So we'll copy in speed and speed decay. We're defaulting them, so we don't need to set that. And we just need to get into here. Bounces is set properly. What's your problem, Molly? It's like, okay, I got attention. I'm done. I'm going to be a nuisance now. Hey. Hey. She is a little troublemaker. Okay. So now we got to go through this whole mess. Okay, we need a current speed. So this is another JSON ignore. And by default, it's 0. Current speed. Okay. Okay. There's an additional benefit to this pattern, and that's current speed will increase. Will decrease steadily. It's going to drop the height faster and faster. I'm not going to code in terminal velocity to this. It will drop faster and faster until the height hits 0. As soon as the height hits 0, it's going to reset its logic. So this is a fresh bounce happening. So current speed should be speed. So height change. Current speed times time passed, delta. So we set that, and now we are going to do current speed minus equals speed decay. This might have been part of the problem, actually. Because it was bouncing and then the height was greater than 0. Stop. I still think this pattern is going to be better. There's a little bit of cope with that, but trust me. Now, it's totally not going to work when I run it now, but nope, not working. The reason delta is a double is that on the C# side, it receives delta as a double. When you are passing back to Godot, it doesn't really have doubles, it has floats. So it's kind of annoying. But you do what you gotta do. In theory, I could just change the that to a float and it would be consistent in a lot of places. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah. Now, they can still collide in midair. It's hard to tell where they're going. But if you watch, upward arc comes down and starts moving. So let's run it in the Godot side because we'll be able to see the collision boxes. So see, it's right there. Comes down, stops, and rolls. right, now we are going to... we're going to give it extra bounces. Let it bounce 3 times. Goes up, comes down, goes up again. I like that. I like that. Now, we can still combine weird movement for it. Something might be a little wrong here. No, it's just when they ricochet off. So they're not supposed to be colliding when they're in the air. That's not going to be a thing. But yeah. Let's get a whole bunch of them moving. Oh, I like that. Now, making it so that this is useful is a little bit trickier. For this to be a viable weapon, you would really need them to do a lot of damage when they come down. So that there is something viable about it, because this has, like, if I weren't colliding as they move, this has terrible coverage. Just terrible coverage. Because one thing we could do is, in the collision logic, say, if it's in the air, do not do anything with the collision. If the source is in the air, it can't collide. Could I do mid-air collisions? Yes. But that's math I don't want to do. Molly is chewing on a cardboard scratcher, so... Yeah, though. Alright, let's... Okay. We're going to be able to see some of the oddities of the behavior here. So you can see the explosions are happening on the ground, because that's where the ball actually is. So we've still got the straight line explosion. They aren't arcing up. It's hard to see, but there are little blue circles that pop into existence for a single frame during this process. That's the hitbox of the explosion. Would it be possible to make things spawn at the same, like, height as well? Yes. And that is a way to use this arcing that could be interesting, is weapons that do like what we were seeing there, is that they are arcing along, but they are emitting effects on the ground beneath them. Additionally, you could have projectiles that are spawned up above and then fall down. I might have to have a static gravity that can be applied to projectiles. You know, you are subject to gravity. This is the normal fall rate in this world. But we're able to see changes in how this operates just by changing the variables there. I can also put them in the data file. But the arc is much smaller now. It will take 1 second for it to reach the apex, and then a subsequent second for it to reach the ground again at the rate that it falls. The reason falling might be useful is the spawn another projectile. I would like the idea that they have to get to the ground if it's spawned in the air. That's kind of a neat concept. So there might be something that we have to apply in that way. But we also want the ability to defy gravity in that way. So, as in, we want some things to be able to say gravity doesn't affect you while this is happening. Yeah. Well, that's something we'll have to think on when we get to it. Right now, if something spawns, it spawns at the position, not at the height as well. Okay. Now, what if... First, let's save what we've got. Hey. Molly behaves a lot like Sky does. Especially as far as the... She's a bit of the opposite when it comes to making trouble, is if you look at her, she'll stop. But not indefinitely. So if you look away, she'll get right back to it. Sky will usually wait for you to pay attention before he starts making trouble. Okay, we're going to go into the collision logic here. Now, we could intervene here and say that if something's in the air, it doesn't count, period. So if the source entity is in the air when this happens, we do not invoke collided. So like entity collider area, when we get area entered, we invoke collided. Right now, Lunar, we aren't doing mutual like airborne collision. It's the thing that is colliding. Molly, get down. Hey. Hey, quit it. Let me fix the camera. yet another reason that I need to get my cameras updated. It is technically possible, Lunar, that I would have collisions that are possible with bigger targets, but for the purposes of like bouncing things like this, what we want is to generally pair it with a do something when we hit the ground. So a gate that detects when it's tested, it says, hey, am I off the ground? Okay, I have come off the ground. It is now time to, I set the toggle to say I'm ready to open. And then if it ever hits the ground, if it is ever 0, then it will open and do a thing, and then close again and wait for itself to go in the air again. So the gate is open temporarily. But collision, I think, for now, there's nothing stopping us from having a vertical impact check, but I don't feel like I want to have that just yet. Not just yet. So we will go into our collider for now. And we'll set it here. We'll set it at like a master level. Lunar is in, Molly. Sorry, Lunar. Molly is in troublemaker mode at the moment. And she has decided that she really wants to mess with the cameras, which I think is also resulting in her chewing on some of the USB cords. That's a problem. I don't have infinite replacements. This is potentially a problem surface, but it's at the end of a physics step. We'll do less than or equal to, just in case, but it should never be able to be less than 0, but this is a failsafe check. It's okay that when we are setting it, that it could be set to less than 0, or we could attempt to, but it defaults itself to 0 if it would be set to less than 0. So we should only ever get 0, but this is not where we would want it to fail. Okay, so this will be we ignore the collision if it is if the height is greater. So we are going to just rain these down here. But the blobs are going to get through. Yeah, once they're through. Now they die right at the beginning. So the ones that are right on top of the player do get hit, but as long as it is in the air there, we're not getting. Okay, that's 1, 2. Interesting. Not getting the right amount of bounces, I think. It says 3. We should, so the first one happens, bounces left, goes down. We are now bouncing. So it should start going up here, which means the entity's height should not be 0 by the time it comes around again. We have applied a height change here. Is it possible that this got rounded off? Yes. But that shouldn't be an issue. Okay. Let's just watch it again and see. I'm not seeing 3 bounces is what I'm looking at here. So it goes up, goes up, goes up. Okay, no, it's 3 bounces. Okay. Probably looking at the wrong ones. This is fine. This is fine. We're doing it right. So then we're going to put speed is 96. Speed decay is 96. We're going to make another variable. Call it gravity. Do I want to necessarily call it that? Not really. But given what we're doing with it, it is accurate. Okay. So we're not going to use speed decay here. We're going to do gravity. And when we do bouncing is false, we are going to say speed minus equals speed decay now. All right. So what this is going to do is now gravity is the thing that pulls it back down. That is the rate at which the ball falls after it hits. Well, it's the rate that the ball falls. Speed decay is how much less bounce the ball gets on subsequent bounces. And I didn't miss anything, and this is going to work. Actually, before we're gonna save ourselves some pain here. 48. And instead of that speed decay, we're going to make that 4024. So we can get all of the bounces. And we're going to pull all these defaults out. There. Okay. Sammy has now come to sit with me. Nope, I definitely missed something else. speed decay, and gravity. I don't put gravity there. Gravity is 0. It will never fall. Yeah. All right, let's do more of them so you have more time to see it. Yep. So we have decreasing bounces with bounce. Now I can have... So what if speed decay is negative? Let's make it a super ball here. So now it will increase in height. With each bounce. I could make it so something has infinite bounces as well. So I could say if bounces is 0. So, or... we're going to do that check first. That really matter? No. It's a very... Single operation lines aren't really an issue, but this is another performance consideration. Is I'm checking bounces first because that's an on-off toggle, and it is critical. If I am bouncing, then nothing else matters here. And in the same way, it's if I am bouncing, then this one is relevant. So let's say I'm bouncing. Number of bounces left doesn't matter. Like, nothing about the number of bounces matters. But if I am bouncing, it's only relevant if height. But height being less than or equal to 0 doesn't matter if I'm not bouncing. So checking the things that are relevant first short circuits many of the conditions. So if I am bouncing, I'm not going to check this because this is in an end condition. Whereas in this one, if bouncing does not equal 0, then I will still do the greater than or 0 check because this was not true. But if this is true, it still passes an OR check. But if as soon as I get a true, the OR check is done. So you put the most likely true at the beginning. That kind of stuff. This is kind of a wash. Because which is more common would depend on, do I make more infinite bounce objects or not? So if we go in and instead we say bounces is 0. And we run again. Should work. It should bounce infinitely now. They're also not colliding if airborne, which is going to be most of the time. More of them, so you're more likely to be able to see them. Hey there, Henry. Let's a little bit more. So if the speed is 48, there is no speed decay, and the gravity is 48, so it's still, actually no, the gravity is 96. It falls very fast, so the bounces are going to be short. Just making sure this works as expected. Boing, 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 boing. So with the yarn ball, since the collision is ignored, we could also have some extra spawning behavior to start in the air a little bit, you know? That its default behavior is that it's 0.01 in the air kind of thing. It has to fall for 1 frame. So I might have to come up with some defaults to say, like, this is a gravity-affected projectile, it comes down. Make that a very default behavior for a lot of things. A default behavior package kind of stuff. So if we look at the yarn ball, then we'll have to tune it as far as how it's emitted. But one of the things we can do with it then is we look at its collider, and right now it's a capsule 4. But if we go into the colliders and we get a bigger capsule, in fact, we get a circle, and say it is a great big impact when it touches the ground. Again, this will be broken as far as actual gameplay, because when it emits, it's a great big ball. But what this is going to do is make it so that when the yarn ball touches the ground, there is a big old collision. So if we watch when the yarn balls appear, they're huge. But, I think it's that they're not on the ground for long enough. Yeah, they're not on the ground for long enough. Let's do a check here. Okay. Yeah, they have a very limited amount of time to collide. Yeah, it's possible that it is on the very next frame, it's bouncing again. Ooh. Okay, and then resting is matched. Not resting and not bouncing. Oh, Drew. Okay, so if we're not in a resting state and we're not bouncing and we have more bounces to do, then we'll reduce the number of bounces. We will say that we're bouncing and we set our speed. So we are now bouncing. If we're already bouncing but our height has hit 0 or less, then we stop bouncing. We reduce our speed by decay. So if bounces change in height after each bounce, we address that, and then we say we're in a rest state. The whole point of the rest state is to force a wait moment between bounces. There is a full physics frame of waiting. This is important because it gives us that one moment for a collision to happen. It's still not happening. Might need to add some additional flags in the physics, in the colliders to make sure. Resting is never happening. Oh, I didn't start it in this, so of course I won't get a debug step if I'm not running it through the IDE that can debug it. Go rest. Yeah, there are definitely collisions that should have happened by now. And we know the collider is there. So at the top of the physics step, we will have all collisions that happened, and we'll process those. Then we do our event handling, which will result in us doing the bounce logic. By the end of that, we will have adjusted the height, which would include the height being set to effectively 0 during that. But it's not until the top of the next step that physics would have detected the impact. Because we were at 0, and we do the rest of the physics. We do the collision checking. So why are we not getting that? Because clearly some of the time that it's hitting the ground, we are not getting our 0 state. In here, as we are changing the height accordingly. So the loop with physics lore should be that I get physics process. So I have an opportunity to mess with stuff. I do any sort of logic that I need to prepare physics. If I have used any physics objects that Godot will control, it will do that. And then it will calculate collisions both during that logic and at the end of it. So if I'm moving the areas, I set their movement here. I put them in different positions here, and then the physics calculation will happen. Oh, okay, that's what's wrong. Okay, we can't do it as an ignore collision. Because if I ignore the collision here, I guess another way to put it, let me show you. On area entered. This is, they entered the area. They're in it. So the only collisions that were happening were the ones that happened on the edge. So the blob moved into the area on the frame that it became collidable. If the ball came down on the blob had already entered. It had not left yet. These don't get emitted numerous times. That's already something to consider. That's already an anomaly here. So ultimately, this is okay. But I think we need something different. What if... Okay, we are going to have... void... protected virtual void... enable collision, Boolean enable. I could also have a property that is enable collision true false. That will do the same thing here, but yeah, we'll do it this way for now. Okay, so then in an area, we are going to have a protected override, enable collision. Do the base just in case. This is something that we would do with a base. If enable do a thing, else do a thing. If we are enabling it, then area.monitoring the false area.monitorable is false. Otherwise, or equals. Right there. Right there. Why? Not only why would I do an or equals, because I don't really do that anywhere, but additionally, why would you or equals false? Why would I or in false? And nonsense. Okay, we haven't broken it yet. So now in a collider, we don't do this. And instead, what we're going to do is when we update position, entity height does not equal 0, then we will enable collision false. We can make this easier. It is 0. If it's 0, we enable it. Then in collider area, when we update position, we are going to call base dot update position effectively any time that we update position, we should be checking whether we are enabling collision or not. I'm going to make you public. This would give us a way to disable it. Not 100% what I want here. We need to revisit this shortly. Yeah. But for now. Okay, still not. True. Wrong way around. When we are clean that up. Boing, boing. Now this isn't quite how I would want them to operate. What I'd actually want to have is a on impact with the ground effect that creates a burst, because then the ball is not colliding. But for now, this will do. So if we look at it on the Godot side, the collision shape is still there. So this is what the collision is like, but until it touches down, it doesn't cause a collision. So we can do this again with explosion on collision here. And if the ball did no harm and you set it up this way, then it is the explosion that causes the damage. Like, the ball can collide, but that doesn't mean it hurts stuff. Yeah. Isn't that neat? Isn't that neat? we have bouncing, exploding yarn balls now. Nice. Let's go overboard, shall we? Make them spiral. Let's do this without the debug visual on. There we go. Okay, we will explode on impact. We will have them... let's just have them bounce. Just to really... Alright, we are going to kill our frames per second pretty quick here, but... Let's increase that arc a bit, shall we? Looked weird a moment. Movement type. Speed decay. Gravity is 96. If we say 96, we'll get double the height there. Okay, so we go in, it flies up, it comes down. We are going to 3 per second, split into 3, split into 3, split into 3, split into 3, explode on impact. Explode on impact with an enemy. There, bouncing, exploding balls of yarn. Nice. I like the arcing effect. I like how that turned out. I still want the idea of the entity having speed. Like that there is a speed property on the entity that movement can take into account. I would still like a way to set up the entity to say, if there's a lot of movement, that it doesn't multiply the movement out, that instead it shares it with subsequent things. So every one of the, like right now, one of the things we do with weapon creation is that we have a preparation state to go through for things like creating subsequent weapons that do the explode on impact kind of stuff. But what I'm getting at is right now, if I have no additional movements here, but if I add in the spiral, the yarn balls will technically move faster. Because they're currently subjected to move towards a randomly selected enemy. Right now, they only explode when they hit a slime when they bounce. But that is a thing that I want to add next, is a trigger that says fire the next weapon when you hit the ground. So if it went airborne and it comes down again, it would trigger the gate, resulting in the next weapon firing. But to my point, right now, the yarn ball has two types of movement. It has towards a random enemy, so it selects one of the enemies, moves towards it when it is initially launched. But then it also applies the spiraling motion. The spiraling motion has its own speed effect. So it actually increases the linear velocity of the projectile. Some of them don't. This one, wave and zigzag, do not change the speed. They change the direction. So if I remove that and I use the waveform here, the projectile will move slower because it's not getting an extra push. Some of the another way to put it, each of the movement types may or may not shove the projectile. Wave doesn't, it turns the projectile, but spiral shoves the projectile. Could I just make it turn the projectile? Yes, that gets wonky fast. But this is with wave motion, so we don't change the speed. You almost get kind of like a midair corkscrew with this going. But anyway, so the thought would be the entity has a speed. Let's say it has a speed of 96, about 1 square per second ish. And it has 3 movement types that are movement affecting, like accelerating types. Then that 96, currently you would get, 288. Because each one of them would essentially be shoving at 98. Now, it might result in conflicting vectors. So one shoves left at 96, the other one shoves right at 96. They cancel out. But if they all 3 shoved left, you're going to be going left triple fast. What I'd like is that if all 3 shove left, then all you're getting is going left at 96 because the entity moves at 96. But I could also have one that says, move left at 96, but then another one says move right at triple speed. So you would then go, right at 192 instead. Or I could have other multipliers in there, but the rate of movement is determined by the entity instead of by each one. But that is a whole extra bit of logic to put in. I don't know that we're going to tackle that today. Just check a couple of things here. Pushing some buttons. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's look at that collider. Oh, and Lunar, you mentioned should the yarn ball get bigger? I'm not. I don't plan on doing that for two reasons. One is I'm presenting space not as in into the air is closer to the camera. Into the air is up. Simultaneously, it is up. Up is both, vertically, but also into the air, which, isn't perfect, but is what it is. The other reason I don't want to is that sprite scaling can get wonky as far as how it looks. If I grow the sprite, if I increase the size of the sprite, then the visual pixels that it is made out of are now bigger than the pixels around them. And once you get big enough, it starts to really show. But that is a option when it comes to representing height with pixel art like that. Yes. So that is drop shadow is on the list. That needs to happen. Because then you can tell, like when the blobs bounce, they leave the ground. So, they don't leave the ground, but visually they do. So they still collide, but you can see where they're standing, and that's going to be relevant because right now, where they're standing is where they collide. One of the fun things with the way they're doing the blow up on impact right now is we're getting a lot of extra collisions at once. Like the yarn ball is hitting many things at once. But okay. Let's do a little more tonight, shall we? Let's do a commit here. Push that through, get us a nice save state flag there. All right, so now we need a new gate. We have very few gates. So this is a when you collide gate. That's what we're currently using for that explosion. The when you collide gate says if I get a collision message, if one of those goes through, this gate will allow the message through it. So that will be It's actually going to do what I want it to do. This is if a collision happens, it allows the collision message through. The gate is not open after that. It's just that it allows collisions through it. This might have to be revisited. A better example is a timer gate. Is once we have exceeded the time limit, then the gate is now open. So if there's time left, we reduce the time left. If and on the next frame, it will be the gate opens and it stays open. In this case, what we're going to say is if height is 0 and it was previously not 0, then the gate opens. And from then on, any time it's set. So what we need is a flag that essentially says we're ready. And then we need to process. We need to process when it is ready and the height is 0. We don't want that happening every frame. It would need to happen once. Allow it to process and then go through, then be done. This is much more of a... This is not a gate. We're not getting a lot of use out of the gate system just yet. We're getting more out of multipliers. So if we do multiplier, we have collision weapon entity. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this guy. Doing with collision timer. Oh, that's we wait for it to happen. Okay, so we're going to duplicate collision weapon timer. Multiplier collision weapon entity is being duplicated. What this will mean is that we are going to instead be like multiplier hit ground weapon and entity. And what it will be is first it says, is my height greater than 0? If my height is not 0, we can just say if it's not 0, then we're going to arm. If we are armed and the height is 0, then we will trigger the event. What are we doing with persist? Just curious here. Okay. Persist is should the calling entity go away or not. Okay. And duplicate you. modifier. Okay. We're going to have a persist in this one as well. Hello again, Henry. This one does not get duplicated. Actually, we could. Welcome back. Nope. No, we're not going to duplicate armed. Oh, we're duplicating armed. Okay, so the quandary here is that if I split this entity in half, so if, say, in midair the yarn ball gets duplicated, either by coincidence or by design, like it has left the ground and it splits, or it starts falling so it splits. That's another fun one that we could do, is a gate that only operates when the height is going up or down, kind of thing. Anyhow, but if it has already left the ground and it gets duplicated for some reason, it gets multiplied for some reason, then all of them are ready to hit the ground and trigger. So we can modify that. So it's clones that hit the ground will still do the thing. I still need to go back and revisit the gates, because the gates are a good way to do some of this, is put a gate on a spawn another weapon. Kitties are hiding. Let us find them. Now, let us fail to find them. Oh, well, we can see Sky. Do. He's right up by my right ear. That is a kind of a canvas bridge that goes from my desk up to the cat tree. Yeah, we'll need to revisit this, but anyway. Okay. Checking if it wasn't consumed. We don't care that it's a collision message. This is our entity. We are getting... We don't care about a timer. Needs to be a time passed message. don't care what the message contains. Okay, so first, just making sure that I wasn't missing something. Okay, so this is what will happen if we're going forward with this. So first we're checking if we haven't already used up the message, and it's a time message. Very unlikely that we've used up a time message. Then we're going to say, if we're not armed, line up the checks here. Slightly more efficient this way. If we're not armed, if entity dot... Hello, Maddie. Welcome. If entity dot height is greater than greater than 0, then armed equals true. Else, if so, then if entity height is 0, that's when we do all of this stuff. So this is, time has passed, it is not armed. And we're going to say, I'm missing false here just to go through. So we're not ready to operate. If we're not ready to operate, but the height has hit is not 0, it's greater than 0, then we're armed, we're ready to go. So the if not armed, if we're armed, and so it has to be armed, and then if the height is equal to 0, so if armed and height is equal to 0, then we're going to go through, we're going to create a copy, we're going to put it at the same position. This is where new entity.position height is going to have to come into play here, and I might have to revisit the idea of using a 3-dimensional variable for the position so that it's all carried together and that I only extract it out into a vector 2 when I need it. Yeah, but we'll see. Cross that bridge when we need to. Okay, so what this should do is spawn the related entity. And we're going to persist so we're not removing it. We're going to spawn the related entity when we hit height 0, when we have previously not been height 0. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, Lunar, that we will get an entity, probably like a projectile that hovers in the air and comes down when it needs to, which could trigger this in that way. Is it's sitting up in the air until something triggers it to come down. And once it comes down, you could have this trigger to say it hit the floor, go off. All it cares about is that at some point in its existence, time passed and it was in the air. Once it's in the air, if it ever hits 0, it goes off again. And then it waits for it to go into the air again. So multiplier weapon entity. It consumes weapon, initialize, and grabs it. Okay. Okay. So now we need to this. We're going to use that in our multiplier file. Here, and we're going to lowercase this thing. I believe there is an option to do that for you, but you know, is this just true? Okay, so we have multiplier, hit, ground, weapon, entity. We're going to go into our yarn ball now. That over one, take base behaviors. This will set off the next weapon entity, and it's going to still have damage, but we're also going to reduce its collision space down. I think I have a collider circle for, right? Yeah. Yeah, drop shadows is something that's on the list to do. It needs to get done given the pattern we're using. Okay, it is not consuming the weapon there. Okay, so that whole thing doesn't function. This one's not appearing at all. Bounce, health data. behaviors, base behaviors. Base behavior, movement bounce, base behavior, multiplier, hit ground, weapon entity. And the game doesn't freeze, so that exists. Doesn't have entity. Because it didn't have one at the time of creation, but that shouldn't be the case. It's not calling base. No, this call base. Yeah, calling base process message here. So the first message this thing should get is a weapon initialization message. But it's getting a time passed message. Okay. Break those. Let it run. Stop. We're going to make a change to it. We're going to put our thing here. It's time passed again. It's not getting weapon initialize. Oh. How strange. So weapon initialize is what should be responsible for generating subsequent weapon, like the turns into creates this when it hits kind of stuff. But this isn't happening. Without a weapon initialize message, this can't do anything. Entity. Well, this is wrong. Let's at least get this right. We care about the entity we're dealing with, not the entity we're creating when it comes to the height. What's wrong? Let's pay attention to it once it shows up here. Texture wrapper. Create an instance and we're passing it in. Definitely need to revise that. That too is on the list because we're getting a lot of stuff like that. Image, load from file, 659. Image load from file. And during the name converter.read, reading that, we're loading it from the file. So I'm expecting that we're getting some sort of file contention here. And again, we should totally be able to get around that. I think I just killed it when it was ready, but that is Godot trying to load the image and something is failing at that moment, which could also be contributing to, could also be exaggerated by the extra time we have to spend loading here. Okay. Our weapon entity, we're looking for a weapon initialize. So I'm going to put this one here, and it immediately fired. This collision only fired for collision. Okay. So why is that not firing? That is just a weapon build event. Hit ground is a multiplier weapon entity. Collision weapon entity is a multiplier weapon entity. So they are both the thing that they're supposed to be. It's not an item. No, it shouldn't need to be an item. No, it doesn't need to be an item. Item is only there if I'm loading it into the inventory. If it's part of the behavior set, it's just part of the behavior set. And we would be getting an error. So let's see if we're getting an error. C# should be failing on it, but yeah, no error. Kitties was chirping in the background. So why isn't it triggering that as part of the base load? So if we look at our inventory, it's not services, it is inventory. The base inventory. Entity, behavior. So we're going to go build our entity templates. So we get the item. We get the spawner for it. We're going to get a list of behaviors. For each of them, we're going to copy that behavior. We never call this on the base behaviors. Yep. Okay, so we had not had this kind of pattern up until now. We haven't had something that has a weapon initialize event inside it, inside its base behaviors. So let's see here. So if we go into a spawner here, map, it's part of the world state, right? He said, not assuming that you know what that would be. Okay, it is a spawner item which carries an entity. Once I've created a copy of the spawner item, I'll also have created a copy of the entity. If I were to pass it into the spawner, and have it go through the whole entity, this is the entity setting up its behaviors. So let's it'll pass in let's see here. Copy them. Call build on the behaviors. What are we doing with that? This guy is attempting to bully Ember. Ember is kind of easy to push around. They're doing the cat face off at the moment. We'll be able to see at least part of it here. The two cats right next to each other, you can tell one of them is slightly agitated, usually, but there's a whole lot of like not quite looking at each other with ears slightly back kind of thing going on. Oh, entity. Let's our build. Okay, we build, we have the added behaviors here. We're going into them. We are making sure that we copy. We are making clean copies of everything. This is a be doubly sure. Okay, so after we build the entity, we could pass an initialize message into it. So, hypothetically, this will totally work. Let me check where we have made changes so far. Okay, to add hit ground multiplier. Add that in. So, check a couple of things here. The words and stuff. What we're going to do next, and this is kind of the dangerous thing, is we're going to go into base thing. And instead of doing weapon initial... Oh. Man. Okay. So the problem is we're doing this in sequence because weapon initialize says your weapon, you're currently weapon 0. Oh. No. We can still do this. Yeah, each one of these is getting 0. We can do it here. So what if we take a break real quick and then we try this out? So what we're going to try is we're going to try this handle message down here. Okay. Try that. So what we're doing is instead of for each behavior that we're adding, we're getting the whole thing together and then throwing a weapon initialize at the spawner that we've created, at the effectively the weapon emitter that we created. Okay, so now there we go. Boing, boing, boing. Okay, let's do a bunch of them at once. Make it so that you can really see them and that they cover a lot of ground. Okay, so gameplay-wise, this is a weapon that you need to be moving to make use of, because this would be a weapon. Because it's dependent on a little distance before it causes harm. So even with a whole bunch of them coming out at once, you can't let them get close because it wouldn't hit. But yeah. Yeah, nice. Nice. Let's look at that again real quick. Run it over here. And we'll do burst of 3 to 3. Yeah. We got our nice little explodes when it hits the ground bouncy ball thing. We still need to get stuff like the drop shadow in so you can see where the projectiles are actually going. Like, to illustrate that they're in the air and not arcing around on the ground. That would be a very different behavior, but yeah, this is something that that's been bouncing around, bouncing around as far as a game concept for a bit, and now we've got the basics for it in. Very nice, very nice. Oh, I think we're gonna halt there. There are a couple of things that are gonna take a little bit to get rolling as far as what we'll do next is one, drop shadows. That concept needs to be added in. It's not a big leap to do it. It's that we need to figure out how we want to do it. I'm thinking that entity visuals are going to have special handling for it. To say, Does it have a drop shadow? Yes, it does. Okay, this is how you make a shadow. Initially, probably just going to be a sprite, but there might be other bits of trickery that we could do to make the drop shadow correctly. Maybe like a shader or something on a texture that isn't, like, this isn't putting a sprite there, it's putting a dark circle on the ground of these dimensions kind of stuff. That gets similarly fiddly, though. We'll have to see. But we need to get that. I do want to look at gates again and see if there is a better way to do some of them. Because we might be getting... I'm still seeing like multi-hits coming out, what I think are multiple collisions coming out of one projectile when it is the explode on impact type. And that's not right. It's supposed to take at least half a second before it can fire again. But there might be other variables to see. But I think things like what we have currently with the explode on bounce, that kind of thing, could be handled by a gate with just a toggle as to whether it's open forever or not. And then you have a subsequent one that says spawn a projectile. Do the thing. That way I can create... I could have a every time it bounces split in 3 kind of stuff. Or the first time it bounces, it splits in 3. At that kind of thing. But yeah. I think I like how far we got. We did stuff. We accomplished things today. One possibility with the double hit lunar is that it's happening because I have projectiles stacked on each other. But if that's the case, they also shouldn't all be able to... The extra collisions shouldn't be registering in the same fashion. But it could also be that my code is wonky there. In that it's not accounting for the fact that the entity... might already have been hit and gone kind of stuff. Could be anything. Could be a lot of things. But I think if we go with... we can at least clean the process up a little bit. Again, we'll see. But yeah, good progress today. Hopefully we can get more like that. Still not committing to an exact schedule this week. Medication that I started late last week, early this week, had some side effects that were throwing some things off. So, waiting for feedback from the provider to see what I should do about that. But at the moment, I'm halting that one because concerning. The trade-off was not good. But hopefully this, we're going to be able to get enough sleep and not have bonus obstructions to streams. And we'll see where we go from there. I do want to get some gaming streams in, but that is contingent on getting a sufficient number of programming streams on. If I can't stream regularly, I do want to get the coding streams in there. Keep it rolling. But I hope everybody had fun watching with us today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe. All that good stuff helps the channel grow. Push those buttons. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through Patreon, Coffee, platform-specific means. Links to my channels and those platforms are available in the link tree in my profile and video descriptions. And with that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.